The Commission for Independent Education has changed the way schools will participate remotely in meetings. Moving forward, CIE will be using Zoom Webinar, and there are a few differences to be aware of. The first process to be aware of is registration. When you click on the invitation link on CIE's homepage, you will be taken to a registration page. This page has 5 questions that must be filled in: first name, last name, email, confirmation of your email, and organization name. After you register, you will receive an email that includes the Zoom link to access the webinar. Please do not share this link, as it will only work with one device per registrant. If you have multiple people calling in, they should all register individually. On the day of the meeting, we advise you to have only one device in the room. Multiple devices in the same room can lead to audio problems that make it difficult for the commissioners to hear you and for you to hear them. If you have multiple people from your team on the call, they should all be in separate locations. When the meeting starts, all of the schools will be listed as attendees. Attendees cannot display their video camera and cannot turn on their microphone unless asked to do so by a moderator. But attendees can ask questions using the Q&A feature. Please note, questions are displayed publicly, so do not put any sensitive or private information in the Q&A. During the meeting, when your school is recognized, you will need to raise your digital hand, which will help moderators find you in the list of attendees logged into the meeting. When this happens, you will be asked to unmute your microphone. Once you unmute yourself, you will be able to speak. If you call in using a phone instead of a computer, you can raise your digital hand by pressing *9 and unmute yourself by pressing *6. Thank you, and we look forward to seeing you at the next meeting.
Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call the meeting to order, and I will pass it over to Commissioner Williams.
Good morning, everyone. We're calling this meeting to order. This is the Commission for Independent Education. I'm Trey Williams, Vice Chair of the Commission. We are meeting virtually via Zoom, and today is March 20th, 2024. Director, can I be heard okay? Is the sound all right?
Yes, you can.
Awesome. Ms. Hood, could we please have a roll call?
Williams.
Present.
Commissioner Whitaker. Commissioner Whitaker.
I think you're muted, Commissioner
I
Whitaker.
think so. Commissioner Cross.
Present.
Commissioner Taylor Ellis. Commissioner Marty.
Present.
And Commissioner Stefano.
All right. I'd like to remind everyone that if you have not already done so, please put your phones on silent. We really appreciate that. It is now time for the Pledge of Allegiance led by Commissioner Whitaker.
I pledge allegiance to the flag,
To the flag
of the
United States of America, and
to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible,
indivisible,
with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you for joining us this morning. This meeting has 2 viewing options. We're going to read through these for the record. Please use this option 1 if you only wish to view the meeting. Navigate to the Commission's agenda information webpage and click on the webcast link available for the desired day, which is today, the 20th. The agenda addresses non-degree granting institutions. These links will direct you to a live video feed of the meeting that will be used for viewing purposes only. This option does not allow anyone to communicate with the Commissioner staff. With option 2, if you need to communicate with the Commission during today's meeting, including institutions on the agenda, you will do the same. Navigate to the webcast links referenced a moment ago. Locate the Zoom webinar registration link under the video link. There's a separate registration link for each day. You must register separately for each day. This link will send a confirmation email that contains additional instructions on how to proceed with viewing the meeting. When registering, a separate registration is required for everyone, not to be shared. Please enter your school name as appears on the agenda. This will help us understand who you are and what organization you represent. Confirmation email for dialing in would be sent out for users desiring to use the telephone. If your school is called, please raise your digital hand and unmute yourself. During the meeting, please ensure your device remains muted unless you're speaking with the commission. Please only have one device in the room. We start getting feedback and echo issues otherwise. For users who use the dial-in feature, you can press *9 to raise your hand and *6 to unmute yourself. And you can always get technical assistance at Zoom technical support or CIE website. So thank you for joining us today. We are on item X, our introduction of visitors, which we would normally do in person, but due to the meeting's virtual format, we'll forego the introductions of the visitors. We ask that any individual speaking to the commission on behalf of an institution, please state your full name in relation to the school prior to doing so. Item number, well, I guess it's either XI or 11, right? So non-degreed institution licensure issues. Today's agenda will be consideration of licensure issues relating to non-degree granting institutions. We are going to begin with institutions ordered to appear back before the commission. There is one, as I believe. No, there are two. And the first being Northwest Lineman Center, Edgewater, number 5447. Staff recommendation has been provided. If you are here from that institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself.
Good morning, Trey. This is Valerie Brunel from Northwest Lineman Center. Also with me is Bill Bosch.
Good morning. Thank you for meeting with us this morning. Bill Bosch, Vice President of Apprenticeships and Client Solutions.
Bill, Valerie, thanks for being here. We really appreciate your time this morning. Are y'all having a good morning?
So far, so good. Thanks, Trey.
Good. Well, it's always good to be first. Commissioners, do you have any questions regarding the staff recommendation? Any discussion? Valerie, perhaps you or Bill might like to tell us how that placement progress report is coming along while we're reviewing that recommendation.
I think you're referring to our employment verification. It was a little muffled. I'm sorry.
Yes, I'm sorry. The placement progress, I think that is employment verification, yes.
Yes. Yeah, we have a new strategy that has been implemented over the last several months, and that is moving along. We have the team focused on the placement calls, and that's moving along just fine.
Well, we certainly see the trailing data from 2023 making a significant jump over the 2 years prior. So whatever you're doing looks to be working.
And Trey, I'll add a little bit to Valerie's explanation. One of the things we're also doing is realizing other campuses for support. So not only does Florida work on those employment verifications, we've implemented a plan where other campuses will help with what we call high volume times, evening calls, and those type of things.
Yes, sir. Well, I can vouch for the fact that there's an indirect relationship between the employment and the significant change in a person's life post-training and your ability to get them on the phone after they've completed that training. So
Correct.
Ironically, it's a bit of a good sign, right? If folks aren't able to actually find a job with the credential you're issuing, they would most likely be calling you rather than you having to call them.
Right.
Commissioners, any discussion? Any public comment on the matter? Hearing no further, is there a motion to accept staff recommendations?
So moved.
Moved by Commissioners Whitaker and Cross. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion to accept staff recommendation is adopted. Thank you both for being here this morning, and we appreciate all that you do. Moving on, number 2 is Nurse Resource Training Center, Tallahassee, number 10147. Staff recommendations have been provided. If you're here from that institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute yourself, and introduce yourself.
There was no one on the line.
And we're, Director, working through a progress report of a financial improvement plan here, correct?
Yes, so the staff recommendation is to accept the financial progress report. On page 2 of your summary, it shows the working capital has increased.
Susan.
Hey, Commissioner Marty.
Yeah.
Can I get you to turn on your video?
I will, right now.
All right, Commissioners, any discussion? Any public comment on the matter? Hearing none, do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for Nurse Resource Training Center number 10147?
So move.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Staff recommendations are adopted. We move on to section B, application for provisional licensure. There are 6. We will be taking these individually, beginning with number 1, 160 Driving Academy, Pompano Beach, number 12894. Staff recommendations have been provided, and if you are here from the institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself. I'm assuming there's no one on the line, Director.
There is one individual.
Hi, this is Tess Cavalier with 160.
Hi,
This
good
is
morning.
Steve Gold. Sorry. And this is Steve Gold from the 160 Driving Academy.
Good morning to you both. How are you this morning?
Good.
Well, wish we were in Florida. It's a lot warmer than we are, so we're good though.
It is the last breath of winter, right? I believe everybody felt it these past couple of days.
That's right.
This is, I don't know if you guys were on the call yesterday. It's something we had a chat at length about yesterday, the need to be able to see consolidated and in the future for obviously this new location, individual performance level. So just a heads up to you guys, because this is just initial new application provisional licensure. Obviously you can't do that, but the conversation yesterday centered a lot around the need to be able to understand, especially with someone with the breadth and portfolio of locations that you guys have, to understand how each of these unique licensed locations is performing. So just keep that in mind whenever you're making those financial submissions in the future, and being able to give a macro and a micro view. Does that make sense, guys?
It does. We're happy to do it.
Yeah. It pretty simple when you do it at the outset. It's kind of hard to extract it if not. That's why we're hoping to make sure we convey that now. Commissioners, any discussion? Any public comment on the matter? Hearing none, is there a motion to accept staff recommendations?
So moved.
Second.
We moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion to accept staff recommendation is adopted. Congratulations, guys. Good luck in Pompano.
Thank you very much. We really enjoy our working relationship here, and I think this will be our 5th school in Florida. So thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Absolutely. Hope you do well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next item on the agenda, number 2, Coastal School of Nursing, Jacksonville, number 12653. Staff recommendations have been provided. If you are here from that institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself.
Good morning, commissioners and staff. This is Dr. Jose Otero, Otero Consulting Group. I am here with the founder of the School of Nursing, Dr. Endico.
Good morning, gentlemen. Thank you for being here.
Good morning.
My question, it may show somewhere in some of this paperwork, but it could be easier to ask is, does the school already possess the equipment, or does that equipment need to be purchased from within the existing working capital?
Yeah, we have the equipment.
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
Oh, we already have the equipment. He confirmed he already has the equipment.
Okay, so the necessary equipment is already obtained. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, Dr. Endico comes from a nursing education background. So when we met him, he was already in process with this application, and we were kind of surprised as to how well equipped he put everything together, and having worked for larger organizations, really understood the commitment that's necessary on that equipment.
Commissioner Cross, you look like you might have something on this.
Yeah, I have a couple questions. Just wanted to clarify. Good morning, first of all. And I see you have academic expenses in here. How many employees do you have supporting this operation outside of the academic arena?
We have about 5 employees. 5 employees.
So on the budget worksheet, it's showing a total of approximately $24,000 non-academic. And so I just don't know if the budget is reflecting accurately, or if we need to do some more work on that to make it more realistic. The faculty and adjunct cost, that looks sufficient and fine for the number of students you have. But I'm just a little concerned about what doesn't look like an appropriate budget if you have 5 employees at $24,000 total for the year. It just doesn't sound like it adds up.
Well, we'll make them up. Okay. Yeah. From our end, what we're going to do is we are going to make the modifications. I'm looking at the proposed budget at this time, and I definitely concur. I believe it needs to be tweaked just a tad. I'm scrolling down as we speak on Form 606. I am looking at the total expenses, and I'm looking at the EBITDA. And given the EBITDA is fairly healthy, absolutely that can be tweaked.
Yeah, and I would also take a look at advertising. It's light for a new operation, and especially a nursing school operation where there's a lot of competition. I know the start numbers are not very high, so I understand why it might be lower than some or most, but I think you don't have it at 2% of revenue, so it's a little bit light there. I would really, to set yourself up for success, I just encourage you to look at that, and while you're tweaking some numbers, maybe consider more investment into that area to help launch the operation.
And again, we concur. At this time, I'm looking at the advertisement, and I see room for improvement, especially in the lines of, when it comes to the supplies and the labor cost to get some folks to work a little bit more hours on that.
Yeah. Well, thank you.
Thank
So we
you.
could add that as a contingency, Mr. Chair. Otherwise, I don't have any further questions.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Cross. I'm a little embarrassed I didn't catch that. Thank you. Okay, any other discussion? Any public comment on the matter? Then do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations with the addition of a revised budget for cost of staff and customer acquisition marketing? Is that correct?
And in Form 606, it might be the best way to summarize it.
Fair enough. Yep, Form 606. Director, does that work for you?
Yes, we can request submission of a revised 606 form to reflect realistic expenses.
Well said. All right. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Otero.
Thank you.
We appreciate you guys. The next item on the agenda is number 3, Crystal Beauty Institute Orlando, number 12900. If you are here from that institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself.
There is no one on the line. There is a person on the line.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Yes. My name is Angel Medina. I'm the school advisor.
Good morning. My name is Saida Olivo, and I'm the director.
Good morning, Mr. Medina, Ms. Olivo. We appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I do have a quick question in that the programs listed here, there's a bit of a flyer with the phlebotomy program, sort of healthcare related and not aesthetic related. Can you tell me about that?
Yes, sir.
Program being included?
Yes, we have included the phlebotomy program because the PRP, the plasma-rich and plaquette, is something that the estheticians are working with microneedling, and they're allowed because it's non-invasive, and that's to rejuvenate the cells of the skin.
Micro needling. That sounds interesting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they call it also dermapen. It's also called dermapen.
Mm-hmm. So it is aesthetic related.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
On the surface, the word might imply something else. So.
Yes, because in order to draw the blood, you have to be a phlebotomist nationally certified.
But that microneedling doesn't have its own standalone program. This phlebotomy is just a prereq for having that particular skill. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Interesting. Commissioners, any discussion? Mr. Medina, Ms. Oliva, do you have any questions, comments, or concerns about staff recommendations?
No, sir.
No, we are good.
We're good.
All right. Then do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The staff recommendation carries. Thank you for being here this morning to you both. We appreciate you. Good luck.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time and your service, and for the staff members as well. Have a blessed day.
You as well. Next on the agenda, number 4, Glowing Skin Academy, Orlando, number 12842. If you are here from that institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute yourself, and introduce yourself.
Director of Education. Good morning, my name is Jennifer Escobar, and I'm the Admissions and Student Services.
Good morning, Commissioner. My name is Dr. Felipe Alonso, faculty member at Admissions.
Good morning to you both. If it's possible for you guys, I don't know if you're in the same room or perhaps you're both on Bluetooth. It's difficult for us to hear you. We can hear pieces of what you're saying. So I have a similar question as before. I understand now why the phlebotomy technician program is being included, probably for the same reasons that we just discussed with previous school. I am wondering about electrocardiography tech as it relates to glowing skin. Can you help me understand what that is and how that is pertinent to the trade?
I'm going to translate for the director, for Natalia.
Nosotros no solo estamos enfocados en el área de la estética, sino también en el área de los programas aliados a la salud.
We are not only focused on the skin care programs, we are also focusing on the health allied services.
Además, pues como decía nuestro compañero, ahorita las esteticistas están practicando lo que es el plasma rico en plaquetas y pues creemos que deben tener para realizarlo una adecuada educación.
Also, as the person before us said, we think nowadays the estheticists are working with plasma PRP, and we think that they need integral background and information.
Sorry, I was answering a call that I couldn't avoid, but
You want me to repeat?
So I guess what I'm wondering is about the, I understand the phlebotomy tech, right? And I understand that. I'm wondering about the electrocardiography and what service that technical skill is required for.
Give me a second to translate.
Hello?
They said they needed a second.
Okay.
Yeah.
Commissioner, do you understand what I'm asking? Electrocardiography sounds like a departure, and I'm confident there's some, base skill for an otherwise glowing skin requirement. I'm just trying to figure out what that is. The phlebotomy one has been explained.
No, porque están dando electrocutar.
Programas enfocados en la salud.
I
Yes,
believe
because
these courses
as I
have to
said-
be approved by the Department of Health as well.
I'm sorry. As I said, we are just not focusing only in skin care. We are trying to also focusing in health allied themes or studies like EKG and phlebotomy as well.
Okay, so that then I suppose then I'm confused by your name being Glowing Skin Wellness Center, and I would expect that those certifications are something related to glowing skin as opposed to a healthcare certification. What did you say, Ms. Whitaker, earlier about approval?
It sounds like some of these courses, especially there's the blood-borne pathogens and communicable diseases is required to be completed. the Department of Health must approve that course. So it seems like and I agree that, Glowing Skin Academy, I would assume it's more aesthetics rather than something that the Department of Health would have to approve coursework.
Commissioner Cross, are you aware of the electrocardiograph certification? It's the first time I think I've seen it here.
No, but I agree with you. I mean, it sounds like it's an EKG specialist, like a medical person. It sounds like they have an interest in going into the allied health sciences, is what she said. But glowing skin care name, and I'm not sure if you need. I'm sure you don't need a doctor in office, but there's probably needs to be medical doctor supervision. I would suppose. So I don't know if there's.
Yes, I'm sorry if I can talk. Natalia and Felipe, their background, they are medicals, they are doctors, and back in Colombia, and also they're getting their licenses as doctors here in the US.
Yeah, I think the question is, pardon me, that the glowing skin reference would indicate to a student that it's an aesthetic focused training program, whereas the electrocardiography tech, I'm not hearing that lends itself to an aesthetic program. It sounds more like allied health and I'm wondering, because I'm unfamiliar with that program, if does it require lab time? Does it follow an affiliate program with a health provider? And should we address the fact that there's a disparity between what that program prepares you for and what the name of the school is? It feels inconsistent. I'm not saying they don't have the ability to do it.
Okay.
Director, do you guys have heartburn over that inconsistency?
So we do want to avoid the name of an institution being misleading to prospective students. So if it is the Commission's belief that the inclusion of the 2 additional programs and the name of Glowing Skin Academy would lead to students being misled that this is only glowing skin, it doesn't include health components, then the Commission could recommend a contingency that they modify their name to reflect the programs offered.
Yeah, or perhaps a contingency that helps us better understand how electrocardiography lends itself toward glowing skin. Perhaps I'm just unaware, just like the phlebotomy. Now I understand why that phlebotomy portion is required for glowing skin as per the school previous. And there might be a reason for that, and perhaps a language barrier here. So I would like a contingency to address its consistency and requirement with what the name of the school presents to students, so that we can either understand or address it. I think it might just be that we don't understand how that certification lends itself toward an aesthetic program. I don't have glowing skin, so I'm confident that I don't understand how that is gonna help. And that's why I just want to know, is I'm aware of the fact that I don't understand it, so I just want to better understand.
Mr. Chair, if I could just add just a question here for the electrocardio technician. It shows 45 lab hours, 120 theory hours, and that's all on campus. Where would the lab hours be for this equipment and to do the work for the lab? Where would that be? I'm asking the school owner, Natalia.
Give me a second. Give me a second to just like. It will be in the same lab that and we just need the AKG machine and the AKG machine and also a like human body, but not real, like mannequin. Yes.
So go ahead, Commissioner Cross. I think we have the same question.
Have you purchased those equipment already, or is that something you're pending upon approval? Do you have that in a budgeted worksheet for your for expenses?
No, we already have the equipment.
And this program does not require any externship clinical. There's no requirement for that. That's what it appears, that there's no requirement for that.
¿Necesita un requerimiento este programa? No, es solamente ser mayor de edad. Los requerimientos son el ID y ser mayor de edad.
No, I don't have any requirement.
El ID.
Sí. No externship.
Okay. I don't have any further questions, Chair, but I would recommend too that we look at the name, a contingency upon the name, so it's not misleading.
Yeah, we can change, modify the name and put something like include something with health or something.
Yeah, or remove the word skin, either way. Yeah, so I think that the staff recommendation with the contingency about health approved course, bloodborne pathogen, et cetera, is taken by Commissioner Whitaker is important as well. Seems to require a tattoo license in the state, which I'm assuming is the microneedling portion of that. Director, do you have a recommendation on how we might get clarity on how that program lends itself toward the name, and if not, how we might eliminate that disparity?
Yes, so we would recommend submission of an explanation for the inclusion of the electrocardiography technician in the program offerings, including how this relates to the name of the institution, not to be misleading to prospective students, and then grant the authority to the executive director to determine compliance with Rule 6E-2.0041.
Well said. You are very good at that. I'm okay with that. Commissioners, do I have a motion to accept staff recommendation with the revised contingency as read by the director?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
The motion carries. Congratulations, guys. Please help us clear up that miscommunication. We look forward to working with you.
We will. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
All right, number 5 on the list, Hats Diving Scuba School, Melbourne, number 12882. If you are here from that institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself.
There is an individual on the line. Ms. Mikowski, we are unable to hear you, but we can see that you have joined the call. It appears Ms. Mikowski is having technical difficulty.
Yeah, so, we can discuss while we're waiting for that. Perhaps she can jump in when she's able to unmute. Um,
How about now? Can you hear John McGill?
Hey, there you are. We got
All right.
you. If I had a nickel for every time I had to say, hey, how about now? Right? Whenever someone's
There you go.
Thank you for joining us this morning here, sir. How are you?
Doing well. Thank you for having us.
My only question here really is about the stacked nature of these credentials. Once upon a time, I got my open water scuba certification, not to be an instructor, obviously, but I would assume that these stack in a way so that you're not allowed to take the dive master program until you already have the others. Is that fair?
Yes, there are prerequisites for individual courses.
Okay.
And in our course outline, our course guide, those prerequisites are mentioned.
Okay. Yeah. So in essence, you're able to take someone through their initial open water instructor all the way through dive master program because they achieved those prerequisites with you and can continue to add on those additional certifications.
Yes.
Outstanding.
Chair Williams, for the record, could we get some clarification on Mr. McGill's relationship to the institution?
Course director. My title is the course director.
Thank you. Thank you for that.
And I actually have Kendra standing next to me too, if you have any questions for her.
And Kendra, what's your relationship with the school?
The director of training.
Awesome. Well, one of the reasons I don't dive more often is it is very equipment heavy and expensive. And I'm looking at your assets and want to make sure that you feel confident that you have the equipment necessary for that and already, or is that something you're anticipating adding on using the working capital you have currently?
Yeah, so our parent company right now that does the lower level certifications has all the equipment necessary for the scuba school to do the professional level certifications.
It's an expensive hobby for sure, or profession, depending on how you look at it.
Yes, absolutely.
Commissioners, any discussion?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I just have a couple follow-up questions. And I think you kind of answered it right now to Kendra. Ms. Kendra, is this a standalone location or is this one of several locations for the company?
Standalone location.
And in the financials, there's hardly any operating expenses whatsoever. There's no rent, there's no advertising, there's no labor. Is that an omission and needs to be filled in, or what am I missing?
So the rent and all that, as I mentioned, we currently do the lower level education training right now. So this is just something that's going to add to that. So there won't be anything associated with that. I guess the labor aspect, we did lay out what the instructor's portion would be paid out of each candidate's registration fees in there, if that answers your question.
Yeah, I think it's an incremental increase in programming, Commissioner Cross, because their fixed costs are contemplated with their existing programs.
Got it. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
All right. Any additional discussion? The representatives from the school, do you understand, have questions or comments about staff recommendations?
No, sir.
No, sir.
Awesome. Well, we appreciate you guys being here this morning. Do we have a motion to accept staff recommendations?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Staff recommendations are adopted. Thank you for being here this morning to you both. Good luck and be careful over there.
Thank you for having us.
Yeah, when I got my open water certification, and there's that part where you have to be about 70 feet down and take your mask off and then put it back on and fill it back up with air. I found out a little about myself when I did that. That was tough. I'm not going to lie. Okay, number 6. Movement Institute Massage Therapy, MVMT, number 12854. If you're here from that institution, please raise your digital hand and introduce yourself.
Hi, good morning.
Hi, who are we speaking to?
Hi, sorry, I was hoping you could hear me. Hi, this is Tabitha Senna. I'm the program and staff advisor for MVMT Institute of Massage Therapy.
Thank you for joining us here this morning.
Happy to be here. It's been a long process. We started in May of last year, so we're happy to finally be on a meeting.
Yeah, well, we're happy to have you here. Do you have an anticipated date for your Board of Massage approval?
So the Board of Massage needs our provisional license first, as does the City of Mary Esther, where we'll be operating. So once we receive the provisional, then we can move forward.
Yeah, that's what I thought. There is a bit of a chicken and the egg there, isn't it?
Yes, that's been a little bit of the challenge too, for sure.
Yeah, I think the same thing happens in nursing with their board. And your faculty listing, which is still outstanding, you feel like you have that rectified?
So for that, because we started in May of last year, at that time, all of the staff licenses that we submitted were due to expire in September of last year. They've, of course, all been updated, so they're valid until 2025. I did send them separately, but we were advised not to update the packet since it had already been submitted as is.
Yep, understood. Commissioners, any discussion?
Yes, I had a couple of questions, Chair. It sounds like there's 3 owners, and the 3 owners, do you all own a day away massage spa?
2 of the owners of the school, Denise and myself, Tabitha, are owners of the day spa. There's 3 owners on the day spa, the 3rd being my husband as a silent partner. And then for the school, it's the 2 of the 3 spa owners plus Mersada, who's the instructor.
And the school is going to be embedded in the same location as the spa?
It will. There are separate entrances, but it will be in the same building. And there's pass-through, so you can go from inside from one to the other.
And I'm assuming that's why there's no salaries listed on the budget, because the 3 owners will be working the school and no other employees?
So it will be revenue-based. So once we have students, then we'll have the expenditures, but up until that time, everything's already fixed. We're not having any additional costs unless we have students.
So since you're planning on having students, I think it'd be good for us to see what that forecasted budget would be with those expenses. So what would that look like?
Yes,
and I'm not sure what I don't know if you have advertising needs, but you don't have any money allocated to advertising. I know you have a small student enrollment plan, so maybe you don't need it. But I would just ask that you assume that you are going to enroll those students and prepare like a revised Form 606 to show what those expenses might look like.
I believe that we did send that. Let me take a look.
You have instructional wages on here. And maybe that's what you're referring to on the variable cost when you start teaching. Maybe that's what you're
yes, correct.
And so you have no advertising plan, no marketing or advertising costs. Where do you plan on getting the students?
So for us, we have already an established demand for, people are asking us all the time. The spa paid for an employee to go to massage school last year. We also have another current employee enrolled in a different massage school. So
okay.
we have a demand already that we've just been trying to supplement. So the school will be actually helping us to where we're not sending that the students outward. They'll be able to be trained.
Okay.
And with the spa.
All right. Well, thank you for the explanation. I don't have any concerns about that, Mr. Chair. So no need to add any contingencies.
All right. If there's no further discussion, do I have a movement to accept staff recommendations?
So moved.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Staff recommendation carries. Congratulations. Good luck. And we know you'll do well.
Amazing. Thank you so much.
All right. We are moving on to section C, application for annual license. There are 16 schools in this section, so everyone strap in as we are going to take them individually. The first school is AB Academy Orlando, number 10296. If you're here from that institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself.
There is no one on the line.
Okay. Director, my concerns here, moving from provisional to annual with 53 head count in Florida, is directly related to working capital. I'm not sure how you could pay even 1 month's rent or salaries or power bill, et cetera, with what is showing. And I know that's a trailing number. It says fiscal, but I don't. I guess they're on the calendar year also.
It does appear that a representative from the school has joined the line.
Outstanding. Hello.
Ms. Bermudez, can you please unmute yourself?
I know this is one program and likely not the single source of revenue for this institution, perhaps being housed within a larger network of this owner's businesses. Just seeing a significant reduction in working capital despite graduating 45 people. I thought that number would have moved up.
I'm so sorry. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, finally. I was on the audio line and then for some reason you couldn't hear me.
We got you now. You're loud and clear. How are you today?
I'm great. Good morning. I need to see if the other ones let me have them joined via Zoom because that's how I was able to get back in. Give me 1 second while I get Andrea and Angelica on the line.
Sure. And I'm also assuming we'll discuss this while she's attempting to get the others on the line. There must be 8 students currently because the retention rate showed 100%, 53 enrollment, 45 graduates. So we must have 8 people working through. And that, Director, that's my concern is 8 current students not necessarily showing the increase that I would expect from having 53 people that enrolled in liquid assets and then being able to maintain that momentum.
Hold on 1 second. I'm trying to get them on the line.
Sure.
Okay. They're on now. Is there any way you can unmute?
If you could raise your digital hand, they would unmute and introduce yourself. We'd appreciate it.
All representatives have been unmuted.
This is really weird. Can you hear anybody other than myself?
No, ma'am.
Hold on. It's difficult. I'm at a different location, so it's difficult for me to see what's going on their end. Okay, they're trying to, I guess they also called in, they did the call-in number, and for some reason that's not working. So they're trying to go ahead and go back through the Zoom link. So because I will need to translate for them, what exactly is the issue that we're dealing with at this moment?
It would appear that 53 people enrolled. I'm showing that 45 people graduated. So that must mean that 8 students are currently matriculating. Is that true?
I would need to get with the office administrator just to confirm that number. I don't have the number in front of me because I'm more of the translator, and so that's why I'm waiting for them to log on so that I can go ahead and ask them those questions and give you those answers.
Yep. So I'm not sure how much information we're going to gather if you're translating only and not affiliated with the school.
Commissioner Cross, we can table this discussion and bring them back up at the end of the section to see if they can find a way to be able to communicate with the commission.
I think that's a good idea.
That would be awesome. I would greatly appreciate that.
Yep. We'll circle back around to you guys in just a bit.
Okay. Thank you so much. I apologize.
Okay. Then let's move to number 2, Beauty Academy of South Florida, Miami, number 12579. If you're here from that institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself. Director, is there anyone here?
There are no representatives on the line.
All right. Commissioners, any discussion?
None here.
I have none either. Do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Staff recommendation carries for Beauty Academy of South Florida, number 12579. Number 3, MMB the Culver's Institute, Doral, number 9136. 9136. If you're here from that institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself.
Wow.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning, how are you?
Hi, my name is Iravid Nieves from the Culver's Institute. I'm a school director.
Hi, I'm Arnaldo Castillo. I'm a school instructor.
Thank you both for being here. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
Are you guys doing large event-based design? Is that what I understand the business model to be?
Our school, it's online, so we have different cohorts every year. The first cohort, we have 646 students, so that's why you see a large amount of students.
But the training itself is for balloon design for large events?
Yes.
Am I understanding?
Balloon decorations, balloon designs for large events. Yeah.
Right. I do believe I remember having this conversation a year ago and was in awe of the scope and scale of what you guys do. Pretty interesting business model. Commissioners, any discussion?
I want to commend you on the growth. 645 students since we gave your initial license a year ago. Just seems like there's high demand for that, and nice job there.
Thank you.
The only question I'd have is, is there a placement for these students? Are they finding work?
Yeah, that was my question.
Yes, that's a great question. Thank you. So the first class started March 6th and they graduated in July 30th. So we didn't submit, we didn't have placement data back then. But right now, we have some good numbers. We have 482 students placed. It's 87%. So it's been very positive and we're super glad.
What kind of companies are they being placed into?
So this is online business. So we have one of our staff that is we require all the students to provide their social media or their company name, web page, so they can they can start their business, they can start promoting their services and invoicing customers. So we have one of our staff members checking each of those students, making sure that wherever they're promoting it's real, calling them to see if they're promoting their products, and it's been amazing. 482 students submitted information. We check them out. We have pictures. We have all the supporting documents to support this placement.
So, Commissioner Cross, I think the issue is that they got a lot of entrepreneurial folks who are starting their own business.
Oh, okay. So reality is that the majority of these individuals then are self-employed. They're not working for any company. They're just providing this.
We have a little bit of everything. The majority is self-employed, but there are some other companies that they like to hire professional balloon designers, such as Amazon. Yeah, big corporations.
Event planners.
Event planners, like the
Walmart.
Like we have big companies that they hire their balloons experts, and yeah, they can either work for them at a corporation or they can just start their own business.
How many of these?
Capitalism.
Yeah, it's great. And how many of these are in Florida, your students, versus outside of Florida or outside of the country?
So that's a great question. When we submitted information, we didn't really contemplate, separating students in Florida or outside. So the 646, when we submitted the report, we put them all in Florida, but then we were, checking some data. And in Florida, we have 169 students. In the rest of the U.S., we have 287. And then we have 93 students international, actually.
Great.
I applaud you on having that data at your fingertips and being able to articulate that. That's fantastic that you're keeping up with those numbers.
We did our due diligence, we wanted to be prepared for this meeting.
That's great. Congratulations.
Are the courses only taught in Spanish?
Yes, our program as right now it's only in Spanish. But we're considering to have an offering in English, but next year, not now.
Okay. Yes, because I looked at your website and it was in Spanish, and I just wonder, with how much you're growing, if that would limit you. You probably could expand in Florida even more.
Yeah, we're working on it to translate it in English. Yes.
All right. Any additional discussion? Any public comment? Then hearing none, do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. Congratulations, guys. Proud to see you guys doing so well.
Thank you. Thank you guys for your time.
All right. Number 4, Divers Paradise Professional Institute, Key Biscayne. Number 11357. If you are here from that institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself.
Good morning, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Awesome. My name is Michael Casey. I'm administrator and Patty course director for the Institute.
And this is Bob Harris, legal counsel for Divers Paradise. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Casey. Thanks for being here, counselor. Excited to chat with you guys. How has this past year been for you?
It's been fantastic. We've had 19 candidates come through that exceeded what our initial goal was. So we're very excited about that. Gave us a good benchmark and foundation to move forward into a strong next year.
Which program were those 19 more heavily weighted toward, or was it an even distribution?
No, sir. Primarily, it was program level 1, which is the dive master program, and then open water scuba instructor, which would have been level 2.
So those dive master folks obviously had prereqs to meet that they may not have done with you. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir. Depending on where they come in, we've had a great deal of retention internally, which is super exciting for us. But
no doubt.
Equally exciting, though, in a different way, is the fact that people are traveling into work with us. So we've had, I would say, probably 25% come in from somewhere else. Primarily the Mid-Atlantic region. We get a great deal of people from that market.
But are there no schools in the Mid-Atlantic region or are you just fantastic at what you do and drawing them down here?
I'm going to go with yes to all of the above. Thank you for that. So a lot of that would have to do with the seasonal issues. You know, they can train in the summer up there. They have probably around 3 or 4 months of good ability to be able to dive, and the majority of that is going to be lakes and quarries. You can do it, but down in our neck of the woods, we give them a well-rounded experience on boats and a little bit more of a tropical temperate zone experience.
Warm water helps.
It certainly does.
Yep. So I know we're looking at year-end loss there. I'm scrolling through I know you have to be very equipment heavy. I can't even imagine the stacks of equipment you have for this. And I'm trying to get to your statement of cash flows here. There it is. Yep, as I expected. So you took out a little loan, had probably an amount not quite equal to that in depreciation. Ended up cash flow positive, but tell me about the sustainability of this ongoing, since it looks like tuition really didn't cover your costs last year. Is that fair to say?
Well, so we run the professional programs through the dive center. So everything that you're looking at is dive center wide, not specific to the Professional Institute. So when we submitted when the CPA put together the compilation, they, in the last line in the gross tuition revenue, they put in total production for the year. We're having that revised to reflect just the Professional Institute 3 program tuition. So we're definitely, they're working on it now. I should have that in the next week or so. That was an oversight on both of our parts, and my apologies for that. Earlier in the year,
to apologize, but both is helpful, quite honestly, right? If one looks good and the other doesn't, it always is worth a discussion, no matter which one is which. So I think we've asked for that as a contingency anyway.
Yes, sir, you did.
Yep. Okay. Then, commissioners, do you have any additional discussion?
And Mr. Chairman. Hey, this is Bob Harris. Yeah, again, just as a reminder, and we've dealt with this issue with Michael and Divers Paradise, is the language in the rule about gross tuition revenue and only requiring a compilation was added actually more than 20 years ago, specifically for because of dive schools that have so much. They may have income and expenses related to other parts of their facility, but very little. Relatively speaking, sometimes very little revenue related specifically to the areas which are licensed. And so that's the reason why that the compilation requirement was allowed, because gross tuition, based on gross tuition revenue rather than total overall income.
Counselor, did I hear you say when that language was added 20 years ago, it was the impetus for that came actually from dive schools?
It was because, and this is, it's a historic thing, and it's all going to start coming back soon because PADI, the largest dive training organization, is requiring its members by next January to all become licensed. So you're going to see an infusion of PADI schools over this year, but that language was added because there were so many of them that had expenses and income relating to their dive operation, but not much related to their actual the instruction. And the expense of those audits was so high that it didn't make any sense. So that's why specifically that language was added to accommodate that issue. Of course, a lot of other institutions have taken advantage of that, but that's specifically why it was added about 20 years ago.
Were you involved in that then, Counselor?
I wrote every word of it.
You're dating yourself, Bob.
Yes, I'm very old. There's no question about that. Thank you, sir, for reminding me.
Thank you for giving us some color around that. I never would have known. That's interesting. I said earlier what an equipment heavy, and cost heavy operation it is for diving, period. So understood why that might have been the impetus for it. All right. Well, it sounds like we're off and running there. Commissioners,
Commissioner Williams, may I make a suggestion for that? So Mr. Harris is correct that if a institution is reporting under $100,000 for their tuition revenue, that we would only require a compilation. In this case, because the 604 reflected tuition revenue of $1.4 million, the contingency number 1 is submission of a financial review or audit. We do understand that Mr. Casey is modifying this, including his 604 form to reflect actual tuition revenue that's generated in Florida, and to our knowledge, that is going to be less than $100,000. So we can, if it is the commissioner's desire to, since we do believe that they are going to modify their 604 to reflect lower tuition, we could modify slightly the number 1 contingency to require submission of a financial compilation review or audit. So we could just add the word compilation in there.
That would be great.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. And until Mr. Casey breaches that, that trigger point, I'm okay with the compilation, especially since this is not the only revenue generation channel within his business model. So, Counselor, Mr. Casey, you okay with adding in the word compilation, making that a little easier on you guys?
Yes, sir. That would be very much appreciated.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Director.
And Commissioner Williams, just to make sure that we're all protected in this, if we could add submission of a financial compilation review or audit for the institution in accordance with GAAP prepared by an independent certification public accountant for the most recent period in accordance with the rule. So that way, if for whatever reason, if he did not end up changing that tuition revenue generated in Florida to less than $100,000, then he would still be required to submit the review or audits. But if he did submit it less than $100,000, then he would be covered by the compilation.
Agreed. And Mr. Casey, is the capacity of a licensee, not the chair, I would say that since you did pull some debt this year in your growing operation, it doesn't hurt to have that review, because you're able to show proactively you're trying to validate that trajectory as you grow the business. So you can do the compilation per the director's instruction there, but just from one business owner to another, it's always nice to show that you proactively validated what you're doing and the trajectory your business is on, or at least that portion of your business is on. So then do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations with the revision to contingency number 1, stating submission of a financial compilation review or audit, not just review or audit?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you for being here this morning, gentlemen.
Great. Thank you,
very
Directors.
much.
Thank you.
Pleasure. Have a great week.
Thank you all.
All right, number 5, Education Institute of Tampa, family number 12577. If you are here from that institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Dr. Miaza Morrison, Director of Accreditation and Education at the Education Institute.
Good morning, Dr. Morrison. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing really well. Can you give us a little color around your first year? All signs point that it was a good one for you guys, but I'd love to hear it in your own words.
Yes, things are going great. We had our second cohort start in January, and our first cohort is currently gearing up in externship, and we are getting ready for our first graduation. The first cohort will finish in May. They started in September.
Yay. Awesome.
Yes.
How many were in that first cohort that are about to graduate?
The first cohort, we have 13. And the second cohort, where our current student population right now is 25.
Good for you. And how does that measure against the projections you originally made for enrollment?
We are gearing up for summer start and hoping for that to be closer to that 50 student start. We're about halfway there now. So we're focusing on that and gearing up towards that.
Yeah, it would seem that perhaps, pardon me, that the 2022 numbers you submitted were consolidated financials and the 2023 were maybe specific to the school. Is that right? There's such a disparity between those two.
Yes. Once we started, we kind of updated that, projecting based on what we were seeing. And now we're kind of working towards that projection.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just noting the significant difference between the 2022 audit and the 2023 audit. It looks like the 2022 was consolidated for the entire organization and 2023 was perhaps siloed within the operations that we're discussing here today.
Yes.
That's right. Okay. Commissioners, any discussion? Any public comment on the matter? Hearing none, do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations?
So moved.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you for being here, Dr. Morrison. Good luck and congratulations.
Thank you.
Number 6, Feeding Tampa Bay Fresh Force Training Program, number 12569. If you're here from that institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself.
Good morning. My name is Matt Spence. I'm the Chief Strategy Officer at Feeding Tampa Bay. Also with us today, but not yet raising hands or unmuted, is Thomas Mantz, our CEO, JC Peters, our Chief Experience Officer, and Amy Kern, our Chief Financial Officer.
Well, you guys have some good titles with experience and strategy at the helm there. I'm jealous of your titles.
We like to make ourselves feel good when we sign our name at the bottom of something.
No, it sound like fun jobs to do.
Very much so.
So you're obviously a large organization. Can you just refresh our memory on the mission of this Fresh Force Training Program?
Yeah, absolutely. So our mission with Fresh Force is to identify individuals with barriers to employment. We intentionally don't specify those barriers so that we have the opportunity to work with anyone who struggles to achieve the income that they need in order to support their family. That can be someone aging out of foster care, or an adult with a criminal background. It can be someone with a spotty employment history or just needs some support to get into the market. And so we kind of take all comers in that area with the goal of training in the 3 disciplines that we have displayed here so that people can start to build a living wage for them and their families. The long-term goal there is moving people out of a food line, kind of reducing the need for our own services.
And are you guys the third-party administrator for HSMB doing your own truck driving test?
No, we actually partner with Sage Trucking School. So we provide some road time. We do a lot of the basic training, supportive trainings like forklift and OSHA and others that work well alongside those truck driving certifications. But Sage Trucking actually does the formal testing and evaluation process.
But they're leaving with a Class A license?
We actually only do Class B licenses. That's an expansion opportunity in the future, but at this point, we only do Class B.
Right. So it's really solid body, culinary food delivery, Cisco type trucks, right?
That's correct. Straight trucks, 24, 26 foot trucks.
Yep. Okay. Well, Beverly and the folks at Sage do a good job. I'm glad that's working out for you. Commissioners, any discussion? Any public comment on the matter? Do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries. Sir, thank you for the good work you're doing for the community. I think there's this hole in the market for the industries that you serve, and certainly not a lot of programming for the people that you are attempting to help to fill that hole in the market. So I hope that good karma is coming you guys' way. I think your business model is really interesting, and you're helping some of the most vulnerable portions of our population.
Thank you very much. We absolutely agree, and we look forward to growing the program.
Have a good day, sir.
All right, you too. Take care. Thank you for your time.
Number 7 is Florida Truckers Institute, Newport Richey, number 11492. If you're here from that institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself.
Yes, sir. Can you hear me? This is Ed Tordesillas from Florida Truckers Institute.
Mr. Tordesillas, how are you this morning?
Good.
So how did your first year go on provisional licensing?
It actually went very well. Our enrollment grew each month. And we had a full yard with no issues. I think the biggest challenge that I learned in the trucking training is just making sure that the equipment is running.
I feel your pain, brother. Yeah, those trucks are not meant to back in circles all day long, and they do not like it. So.
Oh no, not at all. But we've been able to manage and make sure that the students are happy, and they're completing their programs, and we have very good reviews.
How are you completing your theory?
So the theory, we use a second party. It's an online version of the theory, and then they get it done, and it goes directly to the TPR once they finish it.
And they're 4 weeks at that 160 hours?
Yes.
Does that includes the theory, obviously?
That includes the theory, yes. They get the theory basically in their first week of training. They complete it online. They actually do it while they're training at the yard also. So, they get to do it on their own time. But, it's very easy for them to complete it while they're in the training.
Commissioners, any discussion? Any public comment on the matter? Hearing none, do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. You're on annual, sir. Keep doing your good work. Good luck with those DEF systems.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Number 8 is Genesis Barber Institute, Fort Walton, number 10276. If you are here from that institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself.
Hi, I am Cameron Linares, and I am the president of Genesis Barber Institute.
And I'm Christina Linares, the assistant director of Genesis Barber Institute.
Mr. and Ms. Linares, thanks for being here this morning. We appreciate your time.
Thank you for having us.
It looks like you guys had a pretty solid year. Fantastic placement rates, good graduates, even good retention. Commissioners, any discussion? Any public comment on the matter? Mr. and Ms. Linares, do you have any questions or comments about staff recommendations?
No, sir.
Outstanding. All right, well then do I have a motion to approve staff recommendations?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. You guys are on annual. Congratulations. Good luck this year.
Thank you very much.
Number 9, Care Instructors Healthcare Training Center, Palm City, number 19131. If you are here from that institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself.
Hi, good morning. I'm Jerry Bannister, the owner of Care Instructors, and I also have Sabine here, who is my consultant.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me. Us, actually.
Ms. Bannister, how did your first year go compared to what you thought it was going to be?
It didn't go as well as I thought it would be, but I'm having I had a difficult time with like balancing my passion for healthcare and teaching and being financially aware. So kind of figured that out really quick when I was doing the financials, and yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
This year, though, I'm feeling really good. I tried to last year partner with Career Source, which I thought would be a good start. But for the home health aid program, they didn't have a certificate of need for the area. Looks like they were just looking for CNAs. But I went to I met the director of the Martin County School District at a career fair, and I was able to connect with the adult education coordinator. So actually I have a meeting on the 27th with one of the graduating classes for the GED. So I'm excited about, what this year is going to bring. And I've had a lot of applicants after I met with that director. So I don't know if that's a coincidence or what.
Well, God brings us together for a reason. That sounds like a good coincidence. I'm very surprised to hear home health is not on the ETPL for Martin County. I guess that surprised you as well, given the number of retirees and aged population there.
Absolutely. And it's funny because I work, my day job is in the home health industry, and there is a shortage. That's what made me really, want to start. It gave me the passion, and people that were applying, I felt like they just did not have the skills. I don't know what school they were coming from. You have something to say about that, Sarvine? Because, I would have to train people here, and it was like retraining. I'm like, what's really going on here?
I think that's almost a national epidemic with I think 10,000 people a day turn 65. That's the statistic that I saw recently. And it seems like that just surprises me that they're not on the ETPL for Martin County. I think they probably have trailing data from 2018 or 2019 that probably doesn't represent post-pandemic demand.
Right. And St. Lucie County too. I'm going to another, they're having a career fair here, I think on the 7th of April. I'm going back and I'll, speak with them again and see what, I don't know, see if there's any changes. I'll also look for maybe some grants. I'm a veteran, so I'll look for some grants through the military or whatever else is out there. Because I did notice that people are applying just did not have the money, the funds to do it. So, I found myself, doing payment plans because, like I say, it's a passion for
Sure.
me. And, so, I'll have to figure it out this year while being financially aware this time.
I'm confident there are some assisted living facilities over there who may be interested in maybe supporting or subsidizing some portion of that training, even though it's not necessarily home health. What you generate may qualify those individuals to work at those facilities. So just a thought in how to support the fact that the people who can benefit from the training can't afford to pay for it. I think that happens in a lot of trades. Commissioners, any additional discussion? Any public comment on the matter? Hearing none, do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. Congratulations, Ms. Bannister. Good luck with it this year. It sounds like you're making lots of inroads. We look forward to hearing how that went when we talk to you again.
Thank you so much. I'm very excited about this year.
Number 10 is Medical Career Healthcare Training, Jacksonville, number 7810. If you're here from that institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself.
Good morning, it's Dr. Jose Otero, Otero Consulting Group, and I'm here with Ms. Smith.
Good morning, I'm Ms. Smith with Medical Career Healthcare Training.
Commissioners, any discussion?
We can just.
I have none. I think mine are captured within the contingencies and staff recommendations. So, Dr. Otero, do you, Ms. Smith, either of you have questions, comments, or concerns about staff recommendations?
No, not at this time. We've reviewed it, and we do have a plan moving forward with those contingencies.
Outstanding. Then do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Staff recommendations carry. Thank you for being here to you both. Good luck this year.
Thank you.
Number 11 is National Investigative Training Academy. That sounds fun. Lake Mary, number 4875. If you're here from that institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself.
Hi, my name is Sandra Von Eschenbach. I am the Executive Vice President and co-founder of the National Investigative Training Academy. Glad to be here today.
Well, good morning, Ms. Von Eschenbach. Thank you for being here. We appreciate you. Can you help me understand the prereqs for that 40-hour clock hour program?
For the prereqs, actually, we don't really have any, in the sense that the 40-hour training is training that's required in order to get your Florida CC intern license in the state of Florida. So, I mean, obviously, we need them to pay for their training, obviously, and then you do have to be 18 years of age or older to apply for that license.
What is that? I'm sorry, the program cost is $450, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, congratulations on 321 students or so.
Yes, sir.
Commissioners, any discussion?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I just have a quick question. Just congratulations on the growth of that program. What is the job market like for those graduates? I know it's an intern designation. So what is the job market like? Who employs them, or are they on their own?
The job market is actually pretty strong for the investigative side because you can work at so many different places, whether it's a local agency or a national or a regional agency here in the state of Florida. So the job market is very strong. We help our students. A lot of our students come to us already with their employment. Those that don't have their employment, we have a job board that we have on our website with current opportunities, as well as we try to match up students that need help as best as possible.
What is an average salary coming out of the week training?
I mean, I'm going to say anywhere from like $18 to $22 an hour, because those coming out of our program with that CC license, they don't have the experience, whereas C license is a more experienced investigator. So you're looking at $18 to $22 an hour.
Okay. Great. Well, thank you.
No problem. Thank you.
Commissioners, any further discussion? Or public comment? Ma'am, do you have any questions, comments, or concerns about staff recommendations?
No, I appreciate everybody's assistance and help.
Well, we appreciate you. Do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations?
So moved.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries for National Investigative Training Academy, Lake Mary, number 4875. Ma'am, thank you for being here. Good luck this year.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. We appreciate everything.
Number 12, PBCMSS Institute for Learning, West Palm Beach, number 10238. If you are here from that institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself.
Hi, my name is Karen Harwood. I'm with Palm Beach County Medical Society Services Institute for Learning. I am Karen Harwood, the program director, the school director.
Ms. Harwood, I would say you guys need an acronym, but I think the acronym might be harder to say than the actual corporate name.
Well, the school is actually PBCMSS Institute for Learning, so I gave you the full version.
No, I appreciate it. There's not really a way to abbreviate that. You got to be thorough. So thank you for being here this morning.
Thank you for having me.
We're showing headcount in Florida at 4. How did that turn out relative to what you anticipated that first year to be?
So that is because when we were basically, I think it was like September, towards the end of the year, when we received that provisional status. And I basically was holding off on applying for grants until I knew what the status was of the school. And so what that 4 represents is the program that I was able to facilitate with students who paid. So that's primarily employers that paid for students to attend the program to enhance their skills. Following that, I did get a grant, and so in the next year, I've already trained 14, and I have another group starting in a month, and I anticipate a class of 10 to 15. Just for your information, when I applied for this licensure, it was really at the impetus of CareerSource. They said, in order for us to work with you here in Palm Beach County, you need this licensure. So I worked really hard at getting the licensure. It took me 2 rounds of applying. And once I got the licensure, I thought I was going to be ready to go with CareerSource. Well, in that interim, their policy changed to me needing to be licensed for 2 years prior to them being able to work with us. So I'm in that window where I'm waiting to be licensed for 2 years before CareerSource can start sending people to me. I'm very close. It'll be fall of this year where I'll hit that 2-year mark, and we'll be able to work with CareerSource in a more meaningful way. Another update I would share with you is that CMS has instituting billing codes for community health workers in 2024. So what that means is Medicare providers will be able to bill for community health workers, really doing the work that we are training people to do. So we also were in Tallahassee in December to advocate for Medicaid billing codes, which does exist in other states. And I feel that, within the next few years, Florida will catch up. We are ahead of many states that we do have a certification process. So things are definitely looking good in the years to come. I really was hesitant to do too much until I knew the status of our licensure as far as applying for grants. So I have several grants out there. One grant I have is specifically for students that are coming out of high school, and partnering with local employers that are seeking students with these skills. So I had a meeting yesterday with one of the local community colleges to see what we can do to be that bridge as well. So it's all, I'm not really surprised at the 4. And I know that when I report for this next year, it'll be much higher. And then the year after that, once people get a handle on the billing codes with Medicare, it'll even be much higher.
Could you briefly help me understand the difference between a community health worker and a home health aide?
A community health worker is non-clinical and not hands-on. So when I mention the billing codes with CMS, what I'm talking about is social determinants of health. There's a move in healthcare where there's recognition that the majority of outcomes, about up to 80% of outcomes, are based on non-clinical aspects of care. So we're talking about food, housing, transportation, access to medications, all those types of things. And, within the years to come, you'll see a big shift, even when you go to the doctor, them asking these types of questions.
Well, I know there are a lot of transitions going on with the REACH program and Career Source reorganization as well. Ironic to have you on the regional or local demand occupation list, but then set up that barrier once you are licensed that requires you to wait 2 more years. I'm not surprised, but good for you trucking through that.
Yeah, it was a disappointment, but it's been a lot of work to keep this program going, since we are really, I think, the first school of its kind in the state. But we're excited to be the first school really working on this education.
Well, I have heard rumors that there is a statewide ETPL on the way, and let's hope that that's the case, and it gives you the latitude to expand without the redundancy of overcoming the same hurdles 9 different times.
Well, I looked at maybe partnering with other counties, and it just seemed bigger than what I was, it didn't seem like the best use of my time to start looking at other counties that didn't have that criteria.
Yes, ma'am. Commissioners, any discussion? Any public comment on this matter? Hearing none, is there a motion to accept staff recommendations?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. Congratulations, ma'am. Good luck this year.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Number 13 is Polished Nail Academy, LLC, Ocala, number 7844. If you are here from that institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself.
Hi, my name is Melissa Goodson. I'm the director of Polished Nail Academy.
Good morning, Ms. Goodson. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me. I'm so excited to be here.
I am too, can't you tell?
I love it. I love it. This is so exciting. It's been exciting to watch so far this morning as well.
Well, I like the name of your business.
Thank you.
That's a good metaphor.
Thank you.
So 29 headcount enrollment for Florida. How happy were you with that?
I'm sorry?
The 29 you have as the headcount enrollment for Florida. How happy were you with that number?
I wasn't sure what to expect, considering there were other schools in our area. with me being in this industry for 34 years, I just have such a passion. So I was pretty pleased with that. It was more than what I had anticipated. So I'm pretty excited about where we are and where we're headed. And we actually have some numbers to compare to now. So I'm pretty excited about where we're at.
Outstanding. Well, the provisional moving to annual is my favorite section of this because we get to hear from entrepreneurs like yourself who had a vision, navigated it, learned a lot of lessons, and it's always great to share those lessons with other applicants for licensure so that they can rise as well. A rising tide raises all boats. So thanks for the information there.
Sir.
Are you comfortable with, do you have any questions, comments, or concern about staff recommendations? Ms. Goodson?
I do not. It does say on the bottom of ours that there were a few recommendations as far as submitting some information. We did submit that last October, but we would be glad to submit it again today if they don't have it.
Okay. Commissioners, any discussion on the matter? Any public comment? Well, then hearing none, do I have a recommendation to accept staff recommendations? Or accept a motion, excuse me, to accept staff recommendations?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Congratulations to you, Ms. Goodson. I hope you
Thank you
continue
so
to be
much.
pleasantly surprised.
It's a great day in Ocala, Florida today. Thank you, Victor, for all your help.
We appreciate you. My business has a location in Ocala, so the next time I'm up there, I'll come in and
Come on in. I'll take good care of you. I promise.
All right. Have a good day, man.
Thank you so much. You all have a great day.
Number 14, Sage Truck Driving Schools, Fort Pierce, number 12678. If you are here from that institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself.
Good morning. My name is Beverly Van Valkenburg. I'm the newly appointed Vice President of CDL Operations for Sage Truck Driving Schools. And I'm very excited to be here to represent our schools today. And if you would like, I can provide a brief overview.
Absolutely. Good morning, Bev. Congratulations on your ascension into the Vice President role.
Yes, sir.
How was the year there?
It's been going great. I think we had some great numbers last year. We are looking at expanding into some new locations. We have a great staff of instructors here and office personnel, and we're able to just share our trade with the students that we have in place.
Outstanding. We were talking about you guys a little earlier when we talked with Fresh Force training program in Tampa, the Feeding Tampa Bay group, who you guys are working with, and they had great things to say about you.
It's a great partnership, and especially with the intel that they deal with, it's very exciting to help put them through some finishing training and give them a second chance in the field. Yeah,
I love the mission of that organization. Not surprised to hear you guys are working with them. So good work. Commissioners, any discussion? Any public comment on the matter? Then do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries from provisional to annual. Congrats, Bev. Have a good day. We appreciate you being here.
Absolutely. Thank you all for your time, and a special thanks to Chris DeSalvo as well for his support and guidance. Have a great day.
Noted. Thank you. Number 16, Smart Horizons Institute, Pensacola, number 4498. If you are here from that institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself.
Chair Williams, if I may, I don't believe we specified that the last vote was for numbers 14 and 15 of the agenda. So it would appear from the record that the vote that was just taken was for item number 14, Sage Truck of Fort Pierce. I would advise a distinct vote on Sage Truck of Plant City, number 15.
Yeah, you are correct. I'm looking at two different computer screens, and I scrolled past number 15 to number 16 and should not have done that. But I think we turned Beverly loose. So do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for Sage Truck Driving Schools Plant City, number 12677?
So moved.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. The staff recommendations are adopted. My apologies, Counselor. I did not realize there were two in a row. Now, number 16 was Smart Horizons. Did anyone join us from that institution?
They did not.
Well, I wish they had. They had a 100% retention rate, 100% placement rate, and 230 students. I'd love to talk about that. Commissioners, any discussion? I have none. Any public comment on the matter? Hearing none, do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded for Smart Horizons Institute Pensacola, number 4498. The motion is adopted. That puts us to
Commissioner
Section D
Williams,
application.
we'll need to move back to the number 1 that we postponed, which is, I'm sorry, not the number 1, number 2 that we postponed.
You are correct. I was in the zone pushing
so
forward
it's-
there.
Yes, so it's
Hi,
AB
Good morning
Academy.
again. AB Academy here.
Yes, Beauty Academy, South Florida, Miami, number 12579.
No, AB Academy. We were number 1 on the list.
Number 1 on the list. Let me get back. AB. There we go.
Sorry about that.
Okay. Yeah, I think the discussion we were having was around the number of current students relative to the amount of working capital.
Okay.
And just trying to figure out the ability to serve those students and complete that training with such a small amount of cash in the bank.
Let me translate for 1 second. Él lo que está diciendo es que él quiere, que él lo que no entiende es de que cómo es que se está manteniendo la escuela con tan poquita gente que está inscrita.
Es el primer año de la academia y tenemos, literalmente comenzamos en diciembre del 2022, no en julio. Y nosotros tenemos un promedio de 8 estudiantes cada 10 semanas.
Okay, so the very first class when this started was in December of 2022, not in July of 2022.
Yes, because we received the...
And because they received the provisional license
en agosto.
in August
Y llegó el huracán, nos
of
mudamos.
2022. Then there was a hurricane, so then there was obviously a delay. There were some issues here at the location that we had to make repairs to because of damage that had been done during that time period. So during the very first school year of July 2022 to June 30th of 2023, we had 53 that were enrolled, 45 that graduated, and the remaining 8, which is what you see, who were enrolled in June, graduated in August of 2023. For
So how many
this coming
current
year of
students do you
January,
have?
I'm sorry?
So how many students do you have currently?
Okay, so in January, we enrolled 8. They started January 3rd and graduated March 8th of 2024. And we presently have 9 enrolled who started in February. They're actively doing the course and they will graduate in April of 2024. So every 10 weeks, we enroll approximately 8 to 10 students.
Somos una escuela pequeña, nuestro espacio no es muy grande.
So we're a small school. We're very hands-on and detail-oriented. So we don't enroll more than that.
So perhaps you can convey my concern that the year ending June 30, 2023 shows a decrease in cash and only a $7,816 available in cash as of June last year. So from a year ago, and I don't see any updated numbers since then. So I'm trying to get a feel for if you have 8 students right now, how are they being served on that small amount of capital to support your fixed costs? I'm wondering where the money is coming from, or our services.
I'm sorry, you're talking about June 2023?
Well, that's all we have is the year ending
Lo que
June
quiero saber es dónde es que
2023.
está el capital que ustedes están manejando, funcionando. Él dice que hay
Nosotros, o
que
sea,
hubo como que un...
construimos este negocio a través de mis Andrea y AV Academy está devolviéndole al negocio principal.
¿Tú quieres que yo diga?
No, no sé.
Okay.
¿Qué puedes decir?
So your concern is with regards to reduction in cash flow.
My concern is you have 8 or 9 students right now, and I don't know how much money you have in the bank because of a year ago it was not much. And if you have rent and salaries and equipment and fixed costs, I'm wondering how are you serving those students with such a small amount of cash?
Lo que él está diciendo es que él quiere saber cuánto dinero está activamente en la cuenta porque cuando hace un año atrás había como una rebaja de ingresos menos de lo que está, y él lo que no entiende es que cómo es que ustedes están serviciando a los estudiantes con tan poco dinero.
Con tan poco dinero, ese es el budget que nosotros tenemos. Nosotros pusimos el inicio del curso en especial, no sé si eso es
Well, we originally, when we started doing the program, we also had done a special with regards to the tuition so that we can market ourselves to grad students. Is that what you're possibly concerned about?
No, ma'am. What I'm trying to ask is if you have fixed costs every month, and everybody does, and you have 8 students, that you have less than $1,000 per student sitting in the account that we saw. So unless capital has been injected into the company, I don't know how the bills are being paid. I don't know how the lights are on. There wasn't enough capital to do that. So we're not able to see anything after June because it's trailing now. So what I'm tempted to request here is year-end updated financials, tax returns for 2023, and then year-to-date numbers as a contingency, just so we can make sure that the resources are available to serve those students correctly.
Okay, so the income statement for year ending June 30th, 2023, total revenue was $102,600. Then of the expenses, there were $96,000 in expenses with a net income of $6,500. Which I believe you guys should have a copy of that.
Yes, ma'am. I understand I do have your income statement.
That's what I'm looking at right now.
And I'm looking at your statement of cash flow because your income isn't necessarily your cash flow because a receivable is considered part of your assets. And if you haven't received that cash yet, it's reflected on your cash statement. So that year into June 30th, 2023 shows that net income of $6,526. We agree on that. It shows that there are only $7,816 in that account. And I understand you're a small school and I understand you probably have low fixed costs, but that is a exceedingly small amount of money to be serving 9 students currently.
But we serve 9 students every 10 weeks.
Yep. Even more reason for me to be concerned about how that's happening.
Lo que él no entiende de que con tan poquito dinero, ¿cómo es que ustedes están manteniendo las luces prendidas?
Porque pagamos todo y, o sea, si saca la cuenta, un negocio de $100,000, si tenemos un profesional que está a cargo, más la dueña se paga de ahí. O sea, Andrea, yo me pago de ahí. O sea, yo me hago mi pago de allí y lo que queda es ganancia. O sea, lo que queda sí se guarda en una cuenta de savings.
So, ¿cuánto es ahora activamente que está en la cuenta? I'm pulling up to see what is currently in the account.
So I appreciate that you're pulling that up. Director, I'm confident you've been scribbling on a revised contingency for what this request is. Is that the case?
Yeah, only because yes.
So there's a couple of options available to the commissioners. So the commission could extend the provisional license through September 30th of 2024 and then have them submit their annual application, which is the last piece of their summary, for prior to September 30th of 2024, and that way you would have updated financials with their new application for annual license to be considered at that meeting, because they're still within their 2 years where they can have a provisional license. The other option would be that the commission could vote to delay the vote until the July 2024 meeting. However, there may be concerns about getting updated financials by that July 2024 meeting, or we can leave it as granting the annual license and then add an additional contingency for the institution to submit updated financials which show sufficient resources.
I like the latter because it keeps us moving forward and gives us the insight to revisit that in the future. Commissioners, do you have thoughts on that? I like the last option personally. Director, how do you feel about that?
I agree.
We are fine with that. Give me one moment to write it out, and I'll read it to you.
Hasta ahora. ¿No? Imagínate que te presenta.
All right, I think I'm ready. So we would still be granting the annual license, which shall remain active and valid through September 30th, 2024, upon the following contingencies being met. 1, completion of an on-site visit and report by commission staff to determine compliance with the commission standards of Chapter 6E Florida Administrative Code with any identified deficiencies corrected. Number 2, submit updated financials that demonstrate sufficient resources to support the programs in accordance with 6E-2.006, 6B. Delegate authority to the executive director to issue the annual license when the contingencies are timely filed.
Recording in progress.
And grant the executive director the authority to determine that the financials meet the requirements. Order that the contingencies must be fulfilled and all required materials received in the commission office within 90 days of the clerked order. Order the institution to make timely and sufficient application for annual license by submitting a complete application, materials, and fees, or an extension thereof no later than 100 days prior to September 30th, 2024. I apologize. I said the wrong rule. 6E-2.004, 6B.
Always good to have Mr. Eldridge around.
That it is.
All right. Do I have a motion to accept staff recommendation with the revised contingencies as noted by the director?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. Congratulations, guys. Please work with us on those contingencies. We'll get all that sorted out.
Excellent. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Will we be obtaining a copy of this discussion?
Yes, ma'am. You will get that clerk order.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Have a wonderful day, guys.
And that would move us on. We have none in Section D, application for extension of licensure. And before we go to Section E, I'd like to note that Commissioner Stefano has joined us. Good to see you, Troy.
Nice to be here.
All right, if I recall, Commissioner Whitaker, you are bailing on us sometime soon. Is that the case?
Yes, unfortunately, I have to leave for a bit here.
I know it's one of your rules to be the first to leave a party.
Of course. But we now will have a quorum with Commissioner Stefano. Thank you.
Yeah, since Troy's here, Director, I was going to suggest we take 10 minutes, come back at 11:15. Commissioner Whitaker can handle her obligations, and we'll still have quorum when we get back.
Agreed.
All right, then we are in recess for 10 minutes. Be back at 11:15. Thank you.
Thank you.
We are back from break, and I will turn it back to Commissioner Williams.
All right, everybody, thank you for that recess. We are back at section number E, applications for annual renewal. There are 34 items in this section. Do I have a motion to consider these applications by consent?
So moved.
So moved. Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right. Let's go through one by one. Let me grab a pen here and make sure that we pull any. Commissioner Cross, do you have any you would like to pull?
I do not.
Commissioner Marty?
No, have not.
Commissioner Stefano?
No, I think any that pose concerns, they seem to be addressed in already existing contingencies.
Right. Director, I have number 11, 20, 23, and 29. Are those the ones you would like to pull?
I do not have any to pull for this section.
Are the four that I just laid out ones that you want to pull, or do you not?
I do not have them pulled in my notes, but if you would
Okay.
like them pulled, we can discuss.
No, ma'am. I just had notes on these. I suppose number 23. And yeah, I think number 23 is the only one I have. So then, do I have a motion to accept items number 1 through 34, excluding number 23, to accept staff recommendations?
So moved.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries for staff recommendations for items 1 through 22 and 24 through 34. That leaves us with number 23. Instituto, let me say it right, Embelleze, Beauty School Pompano, number 5981.
Yes, I'm here. My name is Mauro Zampronho. I'm the president, and I'm with Malena, and she's our academic director.
Hi, my name is Malena Marchand, and I work closely with Mauro Zamprono, director of the Instituto Embelleze Beauty School.
Well, thank you both for being here. I think the reason that I asked to pull this one was we wanted to address a decrease in working capital, especially relative to your assets within your financial statements. I know the information we have trails a little bit. Can you tell us how you ended last year and where you are this year, and whether that's working capital reduction is something we should be concerned about?
This is about the financial statement.
Okay. Yes, because we opened another school in North Miami Beach, and we had to split some enrollments into school, but we have another advertising and another kind of find our students in Pompano. I increase the
registrations?
No, yes, I increase the area that we put the advertising to improve the enrollments in Pompano Beach.
Okay, so you have a second licensed school?
Yes, we do. We have another one school in North Miami Beach, and we opened in July last year, and I have some enrollments there too. And we split the enrollments and we decreased a little bit the enrollments in Pompano Beach. But now we increase the area that we are doing the advertising, and I hope with the massage therapy we can do more options for our students, and then increase again our enrollments in Pompano. But is everything under control?
Can you tell me the relationship you have with the CPA that prepared your financial statements?
Yes, the CPA it's a contractor on this.
Is the CPA also an owner in the business?
No. The owner is only me. The CPA it's a company that I hired to do the audit every year.
Director, in my notes here, there was a discussion regarding the financial statements being prepared by or submitted by someone who was also an owner. Did I apply that to the wrong, or did I misremember that?
The CPA appears to be married to one of the instructors.
Yes, it's only the instructors. Okay, she's an instructor here. She's a facial instructor. And the CPA working for the school just for the audit. And one time he was here to talk with me about the audit, and I gave him everything that he needed, that he asked me about the school, the financials. And we are talking with Malena here about we are needing another instructor. And he told me, my wife is an instructor. Please send her to Malena. Mm-hmm. And in that time, Malena had her to work with us, but it's just a 1099. She's an instructor.
So she is an instructor and a CPA?
No. She's an instructor and she's the wife, the CPA's wife. Only this.
Okay.
I have a lot of instructors here, and she talked directly with Malena, not with me, because Malena, she's the academic director since the beginning of this school.
Okay. And that instructor has no ownership in the business?
No. The only owner is me.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for that clarification. Very much appreciated.
No problem, sir. Thank you for your time.
Commissioners, do you have any additional discussion on this? I just needed clarity on that relationship to make sure that it was truly third-party review. Any public comment on that matter? Hearing none, do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for item number 23?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. Staff recommendations are adopted. Thank you for being here, Mr. Zamprano. We appreciate you today.
Thank you. Thank you for your time. You have a great day.
You as well. Item number F Application for license by means of accreditation, we only have one. KCK Beauty and Barber Academy, Jacksonville, number 5309. If you are here from that institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself. Director, is there anyone on the line?
There is someone on the line. Ms. Freeney, can you please unmute yourself? It appears Ms. Freeney is still muted.
Okay. I don't have any concerns on it this year. I have a feeling we're going to have a conversation about solvency and stability next time we talk, but I have no reason not to ask for a motion to accept staff recommendations on this.
So moved.
Second.
So moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion to adopt staff recommendations for KCK Beauty and Barber Academy, Jacksonville, number 5309 is adopted. Thank you very much. We will move on to item number G, annual review of license by means of accreditation. There are 10 items. Do I have a motion to take these items by consent?
So move.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion to take these items by consent carries. Dr. Stefano, do you have any out of these 10 you would like to pull?
I do not.
Commissioner Marty?
No.
Commissioner Cross?
None.
And I think that's all of us right now. Director, do you have any of these 10 you want to pull?
I do not.
All right, then do I have a motion to accept staff recommendation for items 1 through 10 in section G, annual review of license by means of accreditation?
So moved.
So move.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. Staff recommendations are adopted for 1 through 10, section G. That moves us to section H. Program, let me scroll down. Application for program approvals and modifications. There are 7 of these items. Do I have a motion to take these items by consent?
So move.
Second. Do I have a second? All right, moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries. Now, Dr. Stefano, do you have any of these 7 you would like to pull?
Numbers 2 and 3, please.
Agreed. I had none additional. Commissioner Marty?
Same. No additional.
Cross?
No additional.
Okay. Director, do you have any other than numbers 2 and 3?
No additional.
Then do I have a motion to accept staff recommendation for items 1, 4, 5, 6, and 7 within section H?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Let's go to number 2 then. Career Training Institute, Brandon, number 6049. If you are here from that institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself.
There is no one on the line.
That is unfortunate. Director, I know you had some discussion here. Would you like to help us paint a picture for us here?
Yes. So one of the things, our first contingency is submission of a description of online delivery to include an overview of what portion of the program is offered online versus on ground. We did want to have a conversation with the school about their program offerings with this phlebotomy technician. I would recommend a couple of changes to staff recommendations. One being that we specify in that first contingency, currently, as stated, it says submission of a description of online delivery to include an overview of what portion of the program is offered online versus on ground and where the classes, both on ground, where the on ground classes will be held. In addition, we did have a couple of concerns related to the program outlines hours. Their lab hours did appear to be inconsistent throughout that document. And then the program outlines had inconsistent course hours within their course catalog. So we would like to add a recommendation to submit corrected program outlines or catalog addendums to show corrected hours.
So it is your recommendation to grant the approval or to wait until those are submitted for accuracy purposes before it is granted?
My recommendation would be to grant approval with submission of those documents for staff's review.
Okay. Commissioners, any discussion on that? Dr. Cross or Mr. Cross, does that lab inconsistency give you heartburn a little over the nursing assistant program?
I'm sorry, are you asking me, Chair?
Yes, sir. You're just consistently a wealth of knowledge about these nursing programs, and I'm just leaning on you a little bit with the proposed new program, phlebotomy tech, and the inconsistency shown between the labs, et cetera. Are you okay with granting that approval with the contingencies Director noted?
Yes, yes.
Commissioner Williams, there is the option too that we can delay the votes for 90 days and then we can have them appear, we can order them to appear back before the commission at the May meeting.
I like that idea, and I like requesting those revisions and clarifications and accuracies so that in that May meeting, we don't talk about the same challenges we have today, only to kick the can further down the road.
I would like to suggest that we delay and that they do appear at the commission.
Yes.
I have a question for the director.
Yes, Dr. Stefano.
Is there a misalignment with the externships or any agreements that they've shared?
So currently on their program outline that they state that they have a course for practicals, which is 20 hours. We do not have any externship agreements on file. So that was going to be one of the questions that I had for them, is whether the practicum itself was an externship, if it was an externship.
Right. So is there a way of requesting that agreement contingent upon the response to that question?
Yes. Give me 1 second to write it.
All right. Great. Thank you.
Okay, so the revised staff recommendation would be that in the clerk order, via clerk order, this commission grants orders a licensure delay of 90 days as permitted by statute and rule. And the first sentence in the staff recommendation you see, or the first clause that says grant approval, that will be stricken. Instead, the institution will be ordered to submit a description of online delivery to include an overview of what portion of the program is offered online as opposed to on ground, and clarification as to where on ground courses where on-ground instruction will be held. The institution will also be ordered to submit clarification. Submit corrections of its program outlines or its catalog in order to reflect accurately clock hours for the courses. The institution additionally will be ordered to appear in person at the May meeting in Orlando. And I think we have one additional contingency.
The institution will also be, as a contingency, ordered to provide clarification on the practical course listed in their program outline to include clarification of whether externship agreements are needed, and if externship agreements are required, that they submit those externship agreements to the commission.
And finally, how many days from within the filing of the clerk's order does this commission want to give them to satisfy it? We're meeting again in May, so I don't think we want to do a full 90 days for them to submit those materials. Let's say 14 days, 21 days. Give them 21 days.
And director the time they need to assess that information and be able to present for May.
I would think a school would be able to turn that around right away. I would think it'd be at their fingertips.
It should if they're applying and we're on the docket today. I just want to make sure we're giving staff and director the time to assess that and prepare with everything else that's on the docket for May.
14 days would be sufficient. At that point, what we had, if they actually submitted that documents, we would have it ready for you in May. If they didn't, we can have conversations at the May meeting regarding the information that we did not receive.
I agree. All right. Then do I have a motion to accept revised staff recommendations based on the contingencies outlined by the director and council?
So moved.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. That moves us to number 3, Hollywood Career Institute, number 5721. If you are here from that institute, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself.
There are no representatives on the line.
Director, I'll let you paint a picture of your concerns.
Yes, so we had the same, not all the same concerns as number 2, but we did want to request, and this can be done via contingency, a submission of a description of the online delivery to include an overview of what portion of the program is offered online versus on ground and where those on ground courses will be held.
Understood. Commissioners, any additional discussion? All right. Any public comment? Hearing none, do I have a motion to accept revised staff recommendations based on the director's revisions?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries as well. And if I am correct, that moves us to section I. Motion for extension of license. There are 26 items. Do I have a motion to take these items by consent?
So moved.
Do I have a second? Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries to take these items by consent. Dr. Cross or Commissioner Cross, do you have any you would like to pull?
I don't.
Commissioner Stefano,
None at this time.
Commissioner Marty,
Not any at this point.
Director.
I do not.
All right. Well, then, if that is the case, I have none either. Do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for items 1 through 26 in section I, motion for extension of license?
So moved. Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. I think that takes us to J, motion for request for extension of time to comply. We have none. Section K, substantive change approval, we have 3. We will take these individually. Number 1 is Emergency Training Academy, Miami, number 4770. If you are here from that institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. How are you, sir?
I'm doing well. How about yourself? This is David Nunez, the Director of Operations for Emergency Training Academy.
Thank you for being here, Mr. Nunez.
My apologies if you hear an echo. I'm in Dallas, Texas, attending a workshop for poems.
No problem. Director, I believe the concern was over the ability to qualify for the associated test with the certification this training is designed for. Can you help us understand that?
Yes. So the Florida Department of Health requires students seeking certification as a paramedic to complete the National Registry of Emergency Medical Technicians examination. NREM2 ET requires all paramedic students graduate from a CAA-HEP accredited paramedic program or an education program that has been issued a COAE MSP letter of review that meets or exceeds the National Emergency Medical Services education standards for paramedics. Students that enter a paramedic program that is not accredited by the Committee on Accreditation of Educational Programs for the Emergency Medical Service Professions will not be eligible for National EMS certification through the NREMT reciprocity in states that require the National EMS program accreditation or State of Florida paramedic certification. Currently, the institution does not have this letter, nor are they accredited by the appropriate accrediting agency, and therefore their students that are currently in the program are not eligible to become certified as paramedics in the state of Florida.
Mr. Nunez, would you like to help us understand your planned pathway forward here?
Okay, the application for the lady just explained right now for the LOR, there's a process. Before we can even submit the application, we have to attend a workshop, and they only have 3 out of the year. So that's where we're at right now. We're in Irving, Texas right now, attending one of these workshops, so that way we can submit for the LOR. I spoke with Dr. Hatch of COEMS, and he understands the circumstances of what's happening. So he's going to help push this along to get the LOR approved. So it's going to take about a month, give and take. And then this will allow my current paramedic students, they're about to graduate in June, to sit down for the National Registry. Before, what ended up happening was that they were able to sit for the National Registry. The only thing was that they were only allowed to get state licensure, not national. So the state last year decided to just pull that out and no longer allow students to sit to get the state licensure. And that's what put us in this predicament. So we are being proactive at this time to move forward and get the COAMS accreditation, which the application takes a while to fill out, but we had it complete. We just needed to attend a updated workshop, that's what we're doing right now.
Sir, might you provide a clarification of what you mean by national licensure?
Well, there's two types of licensure. There's state licensure and there's national licensure. So national licensure, before it was a choice. You didn't have to have national licensure. Just recently, about 5 years ago, they started. The state didn't have a state exam, so they went to the National Registry for the exam. So the National Registry decided to change their platform and says, okay, now you have to be accredited to sit for the paramedic licensure to get the national licensure. So the state says, okay, well, there's students that do not want the state licensure, so they allowed the students to take the test, but they were not getting the national, just getting the state. So there was an agenda push now saying that now you had to be COAMS accredited, and state licensure reciprocity doesn't exist anymore. To get that, you need to have the national licensure.
Sir, what agency of the federal government issues the supposed national license for a paramedic?
It's not a government agency; it's a private agency.
Private agencies do not issue licenses.
I'm in agreement with you. But the National Registry of EMTs is not a government organization. It's a non-for-profit organization, and they are in the business of testing. So they hold the test bank for EMTs and paramedics. So that's a conundrum that we're in. I'm in 150% in agreement with you, but this is how we say in Spanish, arroz con mango, rice and mangoes. So I'm just trying to do right for my students. I'm doing everything possible so they can sit for the test so they can get their licensure. That's my concern. I'll do what I have to do. That's why I'm here. And getting the last piece of the puzzle so we can submit for the LOR.
And Chair Williams, the point in that line of questioning was I just thought that somebody who is operating a school like this ought to know the difference between licensure and registration or certification.
If I don't mind, this is my point of view. I still don't understand why the state of Florida does not have their own licensing exam and basically bullying smaller schools to front the bill of an expense of getting additional accreditation to get the national licensure when majority of these students do not want to leave the state of Florida. It's putting a DAPN. It was never like that in the past. And we were one of the leading states in the nation when it came up to paramedic training. And now we're dead last ever since they went from this move. And it's put a DAPN and a strain to smaller schools. But like I said, the one that's paying for the education of students, and that's our main concern right now. And I got the email from Ms. Monica Brooks of the commission's say so, and I'm requesting to please reconsider of us not removing the paramedic program from my catalog since we have classes already attending and they're finishing. And that's also going to create a problem with us going through the letter review process. We are still licensed by the Bureau of EMS to give the course. We still meet those parameters. the last piece of the puzzle, like I said, is just to get the COAMS accreditation so they can sit for the test.
Sir, how many students do you currently have in training?
Paramedic wise, we have 76.
76?
Yeah. If my memory serves me correct.
If I may append to that a question, how many students have gone through and finished the program, apart from these 76 that are currently enrolled?
Well, we've offered this program since 2012. So we've had 1,000. So we've had a large number of students gone through the program.
Okay, well, how about since this change has taken effect that you're referring to?
This change, okay, so when the state pulled the rug from us was last year.
I'm not clear exactly what that means, but supposing I did know what that means, how many students would that be?
Okay, so basically last year, the students were still able to take the test through the National Registry and only get state licensure. And then last year they told us that we had to get CAHEP approved for the COAMS because they're no longer sit for the exam. So and this was for the end of last year. So what we did was we got the application put together and we were ready to submit it. But then COAMS said that we need to go on an updated workshop, which the only one they had available was today. So that's where we're at right now.
Okay, but I'm asking you a very specific question, and we can kind of discuss this momentarily, but just bear with me.
Yeah.
My question is, from the moment of this event of rug pulling or whatever happened, okay, have there been any students that have completed your program after that point?
No. Since what the state has stated, no students have graduated. They're going to be graduating in June. So by that time, we'll have the LOR already in place and possibly approved so that they can sit for the National Registry exam.
So it's the 76 students that this affects. It is a larger group of students that maybe some current, some already graduated that would be affected by this.
Yes.
Okay. And what kind of notification or disclosure has been offered to the students about the status of this?
Myself, the program director, and the medical director went personally, and we spoke to all the students. And I've also sent emails to them showing the progress in the step-by-step process of what we're doing. So we're very transparent with the students. They understand the circumstances. A lot of them were upset in the sense that why they're being forced in getting the national rather than not getting the state licensure. And I told them that basically that's the way the state's heading. So I didn't have an answer for them in that sense. And I told them, look, we're going to do what it takes to get you guys ready for the National Registry. And as an institution, we are going to pay for the licensing examinations. So that way they can test immediately as soon as we get the LOR. We became a peer review testing site, and we got approved a month ago from the National Registry to administer the test. So they'll be able to take the test immediately at our location as soon as we get the LOR.
And have you received any indication regarding the standard timeline for this to be granted and for it to be put in effect?
No, like I said, I'm here at the workshop and I spoke to Dr. Hatch. He's the executive director for COAMS. He says as soon as I turn in the application, he'll review it within 3 days. And then from there, if everything looks good and there's nothing that I have to change, then he will request for a virtual on-site visit. And then from there, if everything looks good, then he'll give us the LOR. But he did not give me a timeline. So he estimates if I submit it within the next 2 days, by sometime in June.
I have a question. Do you have any plans for the people that already completed so that they could get like a refresher course? Are you going to be able to make them ready? Because if people, sometimes they may have forgotten or they may need a refresher. Do you have any plans for that? And how many students
for sure.
are we talking about?
As of now, they haven't graduated yet. So, but it's part of the curriculum. Towards the end of the curriculum, we do have a refresher course. Within the 2 weeks after they graduate, we do a 2-week refresher course to prepare them for the National Registry. So that meets that 14-day requirement to audit their files to make sure that they meet all graduation requirements, and it allows us to hand them their diploma, which at the same time they can take the National Registry test on the day that I can give them their diploma. So during those 2 weeks, they're getting a refresher course.
But I thought that you had some people that had already graduated and were not able to take.
No. None of them have graduated yet.
Oh, okay.
Just for clarification, for clarification, I think that what we've heard is that there are several of these students who have in fact completed all of the coursework, but have not technically graduated. I think that's what he means.
Correct.
Yeah. So, Director, I think all of our primary concern through this sort of circular process, chicken and the egg, would be of the 76 students who are currently matriculating. Is there a recommendation from staff that provides for the opportunity for those students to sit for that exam, given that Emergency Training Academy secures the requirements where it sounds like they currently are in process of securing, and maybe readdress this in May, ask them to come in person. I think we're in person in May to talk about where those 76 are and where they are in their ability to ensure that that training doesn't end without a certification.
The commission could move forward with the recommendations as stated in your summary sheet. And then the bottom one states a progress report shall be filed with the commission for the July 2024 and November 2024 commission meetings. And then explains what the report should include. You can also, at the end of that, order the institution to appear at the May 2024 meeting with an update related to their letter of review.
Mr. Nunez, will you have this requirement that you sounds like you're currently attending by May, and would you think it's an amenable solution for you to come to the in-person meeting and show that you've closed this loop and that it's no longer a concern for the student's ability to sit for the test?
Like I stated, May, I think it's going to be a little bit too soon. From my, I'm just giving you my personal opinion, because they didn't give me a timeline, so I cannot say yes or no. All I can say is in the next couple of days, we're submitting the LOR application. And, I even contracted a agency to help me with this contract to make sure all the T's are crossed and all the I's are dotted, and that we passed the first time around. You tell me what you want me to do and I'll do it. At the end of the day, I'm concerned about the students and making sure that we get the LOR so that way they can sit for the test. That's my main concern right now. If you want me to come in May, I have no problem with that.
If it's not going to be productive, with you there today, I thought perhaps in the next 60 days, you would have an indication of whether that, even if you didn't have it in hand, you would have an indication that it's forthcoming. But if that's not the case, July may be better, but if we're talking about July, I would struggle with the idea that you may continue to enroll post-July capacity without having shown that the ones who are currently matriculating can sit for the test. So
Chair Williams,
it's
if I
kind
may.
of either we hurry into showing it or we wait and don't allow others to enroll and find ourselves in the same position in July and August because you're still waiting on it and the ones from the previous semester have yet to test. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I haven't enrolled any students at all since this occurred. We stopped enrollment completely. Now COAMS is requiring me to start a cohort during the accreditation process, which we set for June. So we're estimating that we will get the LOR by June. That's our timeline right now as an institution. So we put that the cohort will start one in cohort in June, and then in 15 months it will graduate. And that's the cohort that the accreditation is going to monitor for the final accreditation. So I'm just following the guidelines of COAMS.
You understand why that May request is more important now, right? If you're going to start beginning enrolling people in June and you're still waiting to find out if your current students can test at the end of June, then we just find ourselves back in the same position where if you don't have it, you have students matriculating who can't test. So, Counselor, Director, what are your thoughts here?
The thought I have is it's not clear to me that Emergency Training Academy needs to be accredited in order to legally operate as a school. They do need to adequately disclose to their students that they are not accredited and that as a result of their lack of accreditation, their graduates cannot be certified and licensed as paramedics in the state of Florida. They could conceivably, for all we know, be eligible to be licensed as paramedics in other states or jurisdictions, but not in Florida.
If I may, this just raises for me a focus on the nature of the disclosures. I understand there's been conversations with the students individually and emails. Has the CIE staff received copies of those transactions or disclosures?
We have not.
Okay. I think that's an important piece of this because the students need to know what the stakes are. And despite your best efforts, suppose it doesn't turn out the way that you're planning for whatever reason. Well, they just spent a good portion of their life and their pocket on something that is not going to give them any kind of socioeconomic mobility or livelihood. And they need to be made aware of that in no uncertain terms.
And Dr. Stefano, on item number 6 of our contingency, we are requiring submission of a signed agreement from all the current paramedic students acknowledging their current lack of eligibility to become certified as paramedics in the state of Florida. So we are requiring the institution to provide those enrollment agreements as a contingency related to this. And speaking back to the gentleman's question regarding the program and the catalog, the current language states to remove all references to the paramedic program from the catalog until students are eligible to sit for the National Registry of Emergency Medical Technicians examination. The alternative to that would be to allow him to continue to have that in the catalog, but with the disclosure that students are not eligible to sit for the certification to be certified as paramedics in the state of Florida.
Thank you.
If I may speak for a second, I have no problem with that. I can submit all the emails that we sent to all the students, and I can have all the students sign the acknowledgement forms that they've been advised of the circumstances of what's transpiring. I'm very confident that we will, succeed in this. I have no problem. I will come in May and give you a updated report of what's going on and where we stand, and with a better timeline, if that helps the commission.
If you were to appear at the commission meeting in May of 2024 with an updated timeline, right now we have it ordered in the summary sheet to order the institution to cease enrollment for the paramedic diploma program as well until these students are eligible to sit for the National Registry of Emergency Medical Technicians examinations. That would give the commission the opportunity to track his progress as well to determine when he can enroll or when it is appropriate for him to start enrolling those students once he receives the eligibility.
Yeah, that was my concern too.
If I may, just kudos to the staff for the thoughtfulness in putting this together. We're just catching up to the intentionality that's embodied in the various contingencies.
No doubt. So, Director, do you have revisions to those staff recommendations based on this conversation?
So the only revision that I would make is for the second sentence. It states, order the institution to cease enrollment for the enrolling for the paramedic diploma program and remove all references, and then it goes on. My recommendation would be order the institution to cease enrolling for the paramedic diploma program and include in all references to the paramedic program in the catalog the disclosure that students are not eligible to sit for the National Registry of Emergency Medical Technician examination as required for certification in Florida.
Agreed. Commissioners, any additional discussion?
Oh, I apologize. We did have the addition of the order the institution to appear at the May 2024 meeting to provide an update on their status related to their obtaining of the certification in the state of Florida.
Yeah, Mr. Nunez, I do think it's important for us to meet again in May, even if you don't have all of that information in May, just to tell us where you are, give us an update, and we can revise our efforts to work through this together.
Yeah, not a problem. Like I said, I'm doing everything in my power to make this happen, and to resolve this, and to basically get this monkey off my back, and head in the right direction.
Sure. Okay, so then everybody's on the same page. Do I have a motion to accept revised staff recommendations as noted by the director?
So move.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Mr. Nunez, thanks for your time and healthy discussion. Get it done, sir, and we'll see you in May.
Yeah, will do. All right. God bless everybody and be safe.
Thank you. Number 2 is Pieberry Institute Incorporated Homestead number 4508. If you are here from that institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself. Director, is there anyone here from that organization?
There is an individual on the line.
Mr. Chairman, this is Bob Harris, legal counsel for Pieberry Institute. And I believe Ms. Carberry is, I know she is watching. I'm not sure if she's been able to sign in yet.
She has signed on.
Good morning. Well, it's afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. It's Marian Carberry, President.
Good afternoon, Ms. Pieberry. Thank you for being here. I believe we have a nursing assistant program on probation and a practical nursing program on probation. I want to make sure we're clear on staff recommendations. Director, can you illuminate those for Ms. Pieberry, and let's make sure she understands those contingencies?
Yes, so right now we have that the PN program has an intent to terminate from the February 2024 Board of Nursing meeting, and that is on probation. The placement of the nursing assistant program on probation by the Florida Board of Nursing and placement of the institution on probation by the Council on Occupational Education, which is their accreditor.
Ms. Fiver, Counselor, do you have any questions, comments, or concerns about the contingencies of the staff recommendations?
I do. Go ahead, Ms. Carberry, go ahead.
Thank you. I do. In regard to the nursing assistant program, the recommendation or intent for probation is from 2022, not 2023. So I would like some clarification as to what notification there has been, because I've been in touch with the Board of Nursing and has also directed that communication with Mr. Schneck to talk with them, because that has nothing to do with our 2023 numbers.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, this is Bob Harris, and I'm looking right now at the Florida Board of Nursing website for the associate degree program, and it has no testers for 2023, and so I'm not sure, and it shows on their website approved. It doesn't show on probation for the associate degree in nursing program for Primary Institute.
Mr. Harris, did you say associate or nursing assistant?
I'm sorry, I apologize. I thought you said associate degree in nursing.
No, the nursing assistant.
Nursing assistant.
Okay, I'm sorry. Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
And to clarify, it's the nursing assistant is the one that we have as on probation by the Florida Board of Nursing and your practical nursing program. This doesn't speak to the other program.
And that is exactly what I am questioning, because the nursing assistant is absolutely not on probation, because the intent for probation, that notification that you have, is of 2022, not 2023. And it has been confirmed, which I have sent to the program specialist by the Board of Nursing, that indeed it is 2022 you are referencing, not 2023.
So I am looking at the Florida Board of Nursing's website right now, and it does have that your Certified Nursing Assistant Program, which is licensed CNAP 1624, is currently on probation. So while you may come off of probation based on your 2023 scores that we can't see right now on here, as of today's date, it is still marked as on probation by the Florida Board of Nursing. And that is why we are taking action.
So for clarification, you are taking action on it. We are March 20th in the calendar year. So action of 2024. And we concluded 2023 with an average of 87%. So you're taking action to do what to the program now based on the 2022 results?
So the staff recommendation is to place the institution as a substantive change based on the termination of the PN program, the placement of the nursing assistant program on probation, and placement of the institution on probation by COE. So this is one piece of that. And until you come off of probation with the Board of Nursing, we'll move forward with our current recommendation. However, even if we took off, even if you weren't on probation with the Board of Nursing for this particular certified nursing assistant program, which is what it's showing currently, you would still be moved to a substantive change due to the other programs.
Okay.
Ms. Hurst, this is Bob Harris. So question for you, and I'm looking at the same list as well, and for program number 1524 for the CNA, it does show probation. You were correct. And so the question is, if Ms. Carberry is correct, and then for 2023 scores, that this list has not been updated, if we can provide you with information that, in fact, program number 1524, the CNA program, is off probation by the Board of Nursing, can you remove that as a contingency? We do understand why probation continues because of COE and the outcome of the the LPN program. We understand that, but we'd like to have at least that removed if we're able to provide that proof to you.
Mr. Harris, are you asking for the removal of a contingency or the removal of a factual finding?
Well, the factual finding, because if in fact it's, as Ms. Carberry says, if on March 20th, if she knows that in fact it's no longer on probation, that list just hasn't been updated, and that's, the list is not dated. We don't know what date that list is established. I'm telling you this from recent experience. The Board of Nursing has not updated even the nursing list, in addition to the CNA list, about test scores and all those kinds of things. They do a lot of work. They do great work. I'm just saying it's not always up to date. So if we're able to provide that to you, would you remove that as a factual basis for placing the school on probation? That's all.
Wouldn't that not change the outcome of the move to provisional? Because we're talking about three different things here. And when you say if you're able to provide it, does it then in effect sound like a contingency on you're able to provide that? So why would we remove that contingency if you're saying if we are able to provide it? That sounds like saying contingent upon us providing it, which is what the director is asking for.
No, I understand. All I'm saying, to the extent that this summary sheet makes a statement of fact that in fact today the program is on probation for its CNA program, that statement of fact may not be correct. And all I'm asking is that we can provide to you proof that it's not, that it be removed as one of the reasons why the program is being placed in provisional status. That's all. Very simple.
To what practical end, Mr. Harris? Because even if, hypothetically, that's factually erroneous, it seems to me to be what we call harmless error, given the other reasons for finding a substantive change.
Well, again, I think it's important because of the number of things that are in there. For example, you're basing probation on a program that may or may not be terminated depending upon the February 7th action and what the institution decides to do. And COE, I don't know the exact status of why the COE has placed the institution on probation. And it could be that part of the reason why COE put it on probation is because of the CNA program. Again, that, as you know, the COE and other accrediting agencies look at the actions of this commission, and if it assumes that that fact is correct, they're going to say, well, fix your problem with the commission first before we'll take action. I'm just trying to get away from the chicken and egg situation. That's all.
And
do we all agree the practical nursing program is terminating?
The practical nursing program received a letter of termination from the Florida Board of Nursing, and there is a time at which to appeal that decision. I don't know whether that time is run or not, but again, I don't believe that time is run yet.
That's correct, Mr. Harris. So they have not officially discontinued the program either.
So currently, both the practical nursing program and the nursing assistant program on the website is on probation. And Mr. Harris, just to speak to COE, it does appear that the COE, one of the reasons for COE was their composite score, and it is currently 0.753.
I understand that. That's a significant reason.
Yeah, so that does appear to be a little different than the nursing. So even if she was to get that off of probation, it still appears that she would still have that accreditation issue.
You are correct. Yes, ma'am. You are absolutely correct. Thank you.
And not exactly either. I would be pumping $1 million of my own private funds into this company. So, and I've just heard from COE today where they have accepted that. I mean, I understand the concerns of the commission, and but I do appreciate what Mr. Harris has asked could be done, because listing the nursing assistant program as being probationary when in fact it isn't, and I have already submitted documentation to Ashley direct from the Board of Nursing, from Dr. Sutton Johnson. So in fact, we have already began to submit the documentation that indeed this nursing assistant is not on probation.
Okay, counselors, I've got a recommendation here because I think we're talking in circles. So we agree that the material outcome is not going to change. The school will be moved to provisional status because of substantive change. 3 different variables within that, one of which we're debating the veracity of. So I might suggest that contingency note that the program is currently indicated as probation on the board's website. That doesn't mean that they are not in possession of something to the contrary or don't have the ability to show us that has yet to be updated. But it is in fact shown as probation on the website, which is a fact. I'm not saying that they are on probation today. I'm saying on the website, it indicates that they are. Councilor Harris, would you agree that is a fact today?
Yes, I would.
Okay. So then we don't have to debate the definition of is.
I cannot believe you possibly said that.
Yep.
Knowing the history of that.
You're old enough to remember where that came from, Bob. So
I sure am. I knew him well, unfortunately.
So I think we could simply revise that contingency to say, as noted on the board's website, and move forward with each of those 3. Mr. Genta, do you agree with that?
I do substantially. I would word it to the effect of placement of the program on probation by the Board of Nursing, and the fact that the board's website represents the program as being on probation as of March 20th, 2024, the date of this meeting.
Understood. Thank you for that.
Because it's also undisputed that the program was, in fact, at some point placed on probation, and that's a material fact.
Right. Councilor Harris, does that satisfy your concerns of noting it in the present tense?
It does. It does very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, and appreciate the extra time.
Director?
Yes, staff is fine with that.
I love it when a plan comes together. Then do I have a motion to accept staff recommendation based on the revisions noted by council and the director and agreed upon by schools council?
So move.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. We'll get this cleared up, guys. We are all used to chicken and the egg and circular logic, and I'm confident over the next couple of meetings we'll have it all clarified.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone.
All right. Third, South Florida Institute Boca Raton number 9027. If you are here from that institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself.
Good afternoon. My name is Leonora Crary. I'm the program director for South Florida Healthcare Institute.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Thank you for being here. How are you today?
Good, thank you.
I'm glad to hear it. My notes indicate both a financial soundness concern and a probationary concern. Are you aware of those 2 issues that are bringing you here before us today?
Yes, the last meeting, we talked about the CNA program. And again, those were for the 2022 scores. For 2023, we mentioned that we do have 100% pass rate for the CNA program. I am in communication with the Florida Board of Nursing. There has been some changes where from July 2023, Florida approved CNA programs do not have to sit for the clinical portion. So unfortunately, all those schools that were previously on probation were at a standpoint until the Florida Board of Nursing can come to an agreement of how they will start calculating their percentages. they are meeting in April, but there's no update as far as how they're going to calculate the CNA pass rates. So everybody is at this point, it's just at a standstill. But those scores were from 2022, and we sent the remediation plan. We're at a 100% pass score. It's just the Florida Board of Nursing just has to do their part and take us off.
Yep. I think if you were listening in on the previous conversation, we can all sympathize with that.
Yeah.
Are you aware of, have questions, comments, concerns about staff recommendations?
Let's see. I don't have any questions or I don't have any questions about the recommendations. I believe we submitted all of this information to you guys already. But yeah,
and that submission could have taken place prior to finalizing the agenda for this meeting. Understood?
Yeah. No, I don't have any questions.
Okay.
Or concerns.
Well, it should just be a matter of course then if you're at 100% for us to get cleared up rather soon. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, as soon as they send us the clerked order, we can submit it to our program specialist over at CIE, and we're pretty much good to go. As far as the financial soundness, we only had one program for the last 2 years since we became licensed by CIE. Now we have a PN program, a medical assisting, and a phlebotomy technician, which obviously is going to help us generate more income. But I don't have any questions about that either.
Okay.
And Commissioner Williams, just to provide a little bit of clarification, because this institution is in a little bit of a different position than the one that you just heard. This institution does have within their clerk's order, the commission delegates authority to its executive director to return the institution to an annual license through January 31st, 2025, upon all contingencies being met and upon removal of the nursing assistant program from probation by the Florida Board of Nursing or upon termination of the nursing assistant program. So when she is returned to that status, while we do still require her to submit the financial improvement plan and those contingencies, she will be returned to annual status.
Thank you.
Awesome. Ma'am, does that work for you?
Yeah, that's great. That's great. Thank you.
All right. Then do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries for South Florida Healthcare, Boca Raton 9027. And
a quick
Thank you
comment.
so much.
Well done improving the scores. I mean,
yeah,
that's
no doubt.
Thank you.
really notable.
Thank you so much, guys. Thank you. I hope you have a great afternoon.
You as well. So that moves us to Section L, branch campus applications. There are none. Section M, name change. There are none. Section N, agent training programs. There are none. Which means we are in sections 12 through 15. Is there a motion to accept the reports for sections 12 through 15, program terminations, approved applicant letters, licenses sent, and closed school reports by consent?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Then do I have a motion to accept, let me make sure I phrase this correctly, the reports for sections 12 through 15?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Those motions carry for sections 12 through 15. Let me make sure I'm doing this correctly. 10, 12, 15. I think we the director very graciously added the words jump to here under section 16. So we are jumping to 16 with comments of commission members. Is that correct, Director? Did I leave anything out?
No, that is correct. You're jumping to the right place. Thank you.
All right, awesome. I don't want to jump to conclusions here. So commission members, any comments to share? Hearing none, I would like to say a quick word about how flawlessly this operates, perhaps in the, a few Bluetooth issues here or there. I'm on Zoom and Teams meetings probably 6 hours out of every day, and I don't have a single one go as flawlessly and as digitally smooth as this one goes. So can I just have a little gratitude for the audio video staff that helps put this together. I know it always works in person, and it's probably more difficult to not do it in person, ironically enough, and it is very much appreciated for me to be able to sit at my desk and have these discussions without technology interfering with the conversation. So for those who contribute to that, you are appreciated. Director, if there's nothing forward, nothing else, I think we may move to adjourn.
Yes, sir.
All right, our next meeting is scheduled for May 30th and 31st, 2024. I believe that one is in person. I look forward to seeing everybody there. We have no further business to come before the commission. We are adjourned.
Bye.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Mm.